I'm back. Did I miss anything exciting? Didn't miss anything exciting? Well, that's boring. I bring my dinner. Leftover turkey dinner from yesterday. Mmm. Delicious. So how's everyone doing? Any new and exciting things happening in anyone's life? Why in the fuck is Halo 3 trending? Well, I'm okay, just dealing with some stupid shit for school. But part of me misses that and part of me doesn't miss that. I'm pondering logging in and doing my homework for this week all at once. That's how you do it. I would always front load all of my homework. So I could game. I go around to the teachers and be like, alright, what are you giving me this week? Give it to me early. Give me all of it now. Whatever the fuck you got planned. Now. And then I just go home that day, rattle it through, Done. Game time. Pro gamer. Ain't got no time for sitting around doing homework every single fucking night. Nah. Pass. You definitely don't miss what I'm dealing with? Oh, I'm guessing it's not schoolwork then. It's something else. It's administrative. Better than me, I would just procrastinate and then do everything at the last minute. In fairness, once in a while, that would still totally happen. I would just, I'd be too caught up in my gaming. And be like, oh, fuck it. None of this is, none of this is, I'd look at it and be like, oh, it's not that much work. I'll just wait and do it. And then regret my decision every time. Without fail. Essentially, I have a group project. Say no more, fam. Say no more. Where my group ignored me all semester, the professor doesn't want to do anything about it, and now it's due this Friday, and the rest of the group hasn't even started. I'll never understand. I had a professor. Most of my professors were like that. If it was a group project, they'd be like, well, in the real world, you gotta learn how to work with people and make it happen. And sometimes they're not gonna do their job, and that's just life, and so you gotta get used to it now. Like, motherfucker, we are paying for this education. Suck my dick. Suck my dick. Do your job, you tenured fuck. But I had one prof. Bless his fucking soul. That said, if people aren't pulling your weight, you guys all do your work, you show what portion of the work they didn't do the best you can with the rest of the project, they literally do not get a grade. I'll be right back in a sec. You tenured fuck. Well, you know it's always the tenured profs, right? The tenured profs are by far the laziest because they're almost impossible to remove from the institution. So, like, short of running a train on fucking underage girls on campus while they're, like, married to the fucking, I don't know, the head of the entire, department. Like nothing. Like, I don't know, they'd have to, like, start lighting puppies on fire on campus or something. Like, the amount of shit that they have to do to get removed as a tenured prof. And so, as soon as they become tenured, and they get the fucking, 150, 200 grand a year, and they're like, oh, I'm fucking done. I do research once in a while, but I mostly just pay like a fucking undergrad or a wannabe friggin' master's student to do it. Fuck. I just show up every once in a while. I co-author a book. I make 3 line changes a year. I force the students to buy the new version every fucking year so that I make the fucking commission off of it. Then I go to the classroom and I read like 3 pages out of my book. I say the slides are online. They're the same slides for the last 5 years. I do nothing but multiple choice questions, and nobody can find me in my office hours. It's like the fucking... always the tenured prof. Every fucking time. We had our tenured history prof. Luckily I had a 93 in that course, but the project was worth 20. That was actually sexually harassing and assaulting some of the girls there. Dude got the boot. But after the girls went to social media and chat on the university, that's what it takes. Like anything else, you have to make a fucking public display. Someone who just applied for a university professorship job as an ex-high school teacher at his post-secondary rants are what I show people when they ask me to give a teaching statement. And I just say, don't do that. You're welcome. It's truly ridiculous. Like the only place better to work that or the only place the only place that's close to working for the government is a university, because the pay scales are stupid, the benefits are great. Once you're in, you're almost impossible to remove. And it's the show. It's the fucking Catalina wine mixer. Straight up. The fucking show. Getting in is difficult. There's a lot of leg work to do, a lot of groundwork. You're sucking a lot of dick. Man or woman, doesn't matter. You're sucking that penis. And it's a lot of penis. And then finally you get that position, and you work that shit, you're fucking golden. You're fucking golden. I almost went into teaching to do university professorship just for that, but I'm too fucking lazy to do the work to get there. I'm so full of myself. I'm like, I just fucking 6 months. I'll prep a course. I'll teach it, and I bet you I would fail miserably. But The absolute show. Absolute show. The benefits are even stupider than I ever thought. One of their benefits is literally just paying a down payment on your... Oh, it's nuts, bro. The places that universities find to spend money for write-offs is impressive, to say the least. They are a well-oiled money-making and money-spending machine. Let me tell you. I found it so funny when my university called me up probably about, what was it? Early this year. No, sorry, early last year. And they're like, "Yeah, we're just checking in. Seeing how some of our students, you know, on this X anniversary, 10th anniversary of my graduation." Which is a code word for, we're trying to figure out how much money you're making right now so we can figure out how much money we can ask you to give us. I said, halfway through the conversation, I said, "Look, you're very nice. I know what you're doing. And I gotta be honest with you. I don't have money. Not only do I don't have money, but even if I had money, I would not be giving it to the school. In a million years. Let me tell you why. I already gave you a shitload of money. We live in a country in which my taxes subsidize the school already. I'm not subsidizing the school for... My education wasn't so fucking perfect at this university that I want to fucking give money arbitrarily. No shot. Just not gonna happen. I'm already doing the work. I've already paid you. So unless I'm gonna give you some money and you're gonna put my name on a goddamn building for $10, don't want to hear it. My buddy's going into academia and eventually professorship. I'm certain he'll be the most successful of our friend group. Oh man. It is difficult to get in, but once you're in... Your high school? Okay, well at least my high school didn't call me. I would have laughed about that one. I'm like, you wanna know what I remember from my high school days? Both of your math teachers were so bad, I had to pay for external fucking tutorship to not fail at fucking math going into university. You know what else I remember? A woman was stabbed just outside of school grounds, and a clown car full of skinhead white dudes came to try to beat up a single 7-foot-tall black guy. Thankfully, they lost. One of my friends was murdered. And the school hasn't been renovated since my mother attended. What makes you think I'm going to give you money? What makes you believe? Hey, if I get hired for the professorship, I'll be sure to reimburse $5 of your tax. Yeah, let's go! Thank you. Hide the tiger. Took her to the mall to buy sex toys? Or did they ask to go do that? Because if she accepted to go, yeah, she's underage, but also clearly she knows that's fucked up. Clearly. Oh, she's running with the fact that this is all consensual. Like she was okay with it. Oh boy. Oh, look. I'm not trying to blame her, believe me. The grooming power, the whole 9 yards, yeah, okay. I have to say, though. I feel like at 16 years of age, regardless of the power dynamic there, if the sentence, my teacher is taking me to the mall to buy dildos and vibrators, does not trigger some sort of internal alarm that maybe that's kind of fucked up, then... Woo! I mean... You really... Like the whole thing, like, you know, oh, like meeting after school, you know, for a little whatever, maybe like, you know, a kiss on the cheek here or whatever, you know, things like that. Like, I can see working up to those things, like the power dynamic, the fuckery. But going to the mall to buy a fucking dildo and some fucking vibrators and shit. I feel like that's jumping the shark even in a fucking power dynamic to the point where it would start to raise some concerns. Okay, Mark. Oreo ice cap again, but the red eye has an espresso shot, and I told them to only do 1 shot of vanilla because he said they're normally putting 3 in. I said, tastes like dog shit. Just put 1. It's not bad. It's not bad. It's more tolerable with this. Certainly better than it was. I would still probably just go with a regular ice cap that had the whipped cream and the Oreo stuff, but they wouldn't give that to me. Mark. It's worse because the teacher was like early 30s and just married. Was. I'm sure. Was married. Not married anymore. Not married anymore. I can't imagine the psychology of being 30-something years old and going after a 16-year-old girl. I just can't. I remember even feeling weird when I was in my last year of university and interacting with first-year university students. I was like, wow, this is a fucking gap. I was feeling it there, and that's like 22 and 18. There is something about entering your mid-20s where you've like actually you're so close, probably like 25 for guys, maybe 22 for girls. You're hitting like 95% of who you are gets solidified by that age. And then it just kind of like it really slows down from there. But you get there. Then it's like just life experience on the other side. But your personality traits and things like that all kind of they wash out for girls a little earlier than guys, because, you know, guys are fucking retarded. So girls are like a little earlier, about 22, guys probably 25, 26. And just the like, I just can't imagine. I just can't imagine. I can't fucking imagine. I'm gonna go dive for an hour at yoga in hopes of fixing my back. Hey, beautiful idea. Yeah. If not, we'll see you. We'll see you on the next one. Tyler, thank you. Once the girls hit like 22, there's usually not a fucking enormous shift. Literally until they're pushing 30. Like from 22 to 29, it's only the biological clock ticking that they see like, and I don't even mean literally. I mean, it is literally, but it's the psychology of seeing the number 30 for a woman that they just like, fuck, they're all fucked up. They'll have another, they have like another shift. But it's typically a little less about their personality and more of who they're just seeking if they haven't found a partner by 29. Don't scare me, I'm 30. I mean, and I wouldn't, like, so if I was like 28 or 30, I wouldn't be dating a 22-year-old girl, almost guaranteed. They would have to be very mature for their age. They totally exist, but they're usually not single. Definitely not. Imagine if we didn't spend the first 2 decades of women's lives teaching them that getting married is the highest honor they can achieve, and if they don't accomplish it by 30, they're basically doomed. In fairness, guys get that too. I think we just need to maybe work on that in general. You know, for guys, the difference, for girls, it's more about being in a relationship so you can have a kid by 30. And there's some biological reasons for that, but it's not imperative. But as a dude, if you... It's similar. If you don't have your shit together by 30, that's a problem. Figure your shit out. By 30, and on top of that, the general culture is the guy is supposed to be the breadwinner. So you've got to be making good money, financially secure, get your shit together, ready for a family, and providing for the family by that age. And the girls are like chasing the number 30 because they're, they want to have a kid before cresting that number for social pressure and medical pressure reasons. But as of late, the narrative for girls, I would say young millennials and Zoomers, has largely been career. The Zoomers are rebelling against that a bit, the Zoomer girls. But it was career. And so which turned out to be a blessing and a curse, because it got to a point where you had to have two incomes to have kids anyway. Fuck them kids, Michael Jordan. Japan is really suffering for that because their birth rate is completely fucking tanked out because all the women don't give a shit about relationships or children. It's so bad that they have an abandoned house problem. Population decline. They're just houses literally just left fucking and places that are like 2 minutes from Shibuya. Link, what are you talking about? I'm just talking about the birth rate decline is the worst in Japan. Their economy is also tanking out because of it. Yeah, like you can buy... A lot of foreigners are now moving in if they can find work and speak Japanese, and just buying houses that would have normally cost a fortune. But now they cost nothing because they're just abandoned houses fucking everywhere. It's still expensive. Apparently, doing renovation work in Japan is not something that happens. Typically in Japan, what they do is they just level the whole thing, haul it all away, and build new. And so if you're trying to, like, renovate, it can actually be very expensive and challenging to do. No, I'm talking about abandoned houses, like, in the cities, like, in the core. That's what I'm saying, like, 2 minutes from Shibuya Terminal, like, abandoned fucking houses. I'm not talking about a abandoned house crisis in the countryside, which I'm sure it would be exacerbated in the countryside. It's weird. Japan is like both really good about garbage management and whatnot, waste management, but then also just insanely wasteful at the same time. Like they handle the waste management really well, but it's like they use it as an excuse to just go whole hog full crazy. But yeah, it's very much a challenge. And honestly, almost any developed place in the world is on the verge of or already experiencing some form of a decline in the birth rate. You know, it's not a huge problem right now for most places. There are some countries it's become a problem, but in other places, you know, we've got a good fucking 20 years to figure it out before it will actually start to be a relatively significant problem, to the point where it's going to be everyone competing with everyone else for immigration. Yeah. So having particularly stringent rule sets for what can and can't be done to historical properties is always a challenge. I don't hate the idea of historic properties. It's just you have to really have an even hand with that stuff. Do you think a culture shift could reverse the birth rate? It's not. It's partially culture, and partially, and then, well, I think here's my take. It's not a take that I've thought a great deal about, so you could probably poke holes in it, but this is just a general take. We know that empirically, as we were talking about earlier, production or output of a given worker has exponentially increased in the last 2 or 3 generations. It'd be 3 generations now. But pay has not really kept even remotely a fucking line with that. In fact, pay has barely tracked inflation. What happened there? Well, you don't have these generations with a similar level of wealth as the generations before at similar ages. Nor do you have much of a transfer of wealth because people are living longer. And so you have a situation in which you have people having to delay parts of their life longer and longer and longer for major life goals like having a house, having children, etc. And I think for many people, it got to a point where we had to put it off so far that many people were just like, I don't want that because I'm just trying to build up some form of individual financial freedom so that I can just enjoy my life a little bit and not only work, sleep, and then my only fulfillment in life is I had a kid and then killed myself with work to raise this child or 2 children or 3 children or whatever. Like they don't want that. They want because they're doing so much fucking work. It's not like 9 to 5 doesn't really exist anymore at all for anyone. And so I think that shifted the culture, began the shifting culture. Then I believe the culture has become more and more because of that cultural shift where it's become more and more centered around, you know, living for yourself, self-care, more and more centered on that stuff. And now you've got Gen Z, a good chunk of Gen Z, some young millennials as well, that are hookup culture, relationships not really a big fucking thing, complete disassociation with serious relationships. Marriage gets put off longer. Dynamic between men and women has gotten very odd and toxic. And while all this happening, the economic situation isn't dramatically improving for this age group, and so it's just like a vicious cyclical fuck show. So it's like a economic situation that didn't just happen overnight, but over decades, spurred on a cultural change, which has now been polished to a fucking high shine by two repeated major economic events. The millennial, you know, the Gen X were the nobody remembers us so we don't care. So they were like the glass half full. Then millennials were like the start of nihilists. And then Gen Z is full nihilism. And so you've got a very difficult cultural nut to crack to flip that. Now, mind you, there is, if you spend any amount of time online, clearly, for better or worse, a lot of discourse around the dynamics between men and women, and what historically has worked best and what has not worked well, where society is at, why everyone is saying, like, oh, why so many women are saying, oh, men are fucking all pigs, and why all the men are like, all the women are all fucking, you know, insane. There's a lot of discourse around that right now, and people are like trying to fucking figure it out. And it seems like the pendulum is swung close out to the end and starting to slowly swing back the other way. I mean, there's also a feeling of not wanting to bring a new person into the pretty fucked up world that seems to be getting worse. That's a very much a new in the last, like, 6 or 7 years. Probably I started seeing that kind of talk really kick up in, like, 2018. I saw some early discussions of stuff like that in 2016, 2017. But, you know, clearly the pandemic and the war and all this other shit, the second economic downturn in 10 fucking years or close to it is just, that's hit the same generation twice over. That's not a new mindset, but it's definitely more prolific than the baseline. Baseline being, you know, just over a greater time scale, 40 years. Yeah. It is challenging. You know, the reality is, I do feel that for the majority of people, getting into a good, stable relationship and having a child, or more than one child if you can afford it, truly is likely the most rewarding thing that you can strive to accomplish in your lifetime. I do believe that there are people that wouldn't necessarily be the case with, but I don't think it's a very big group of people. And I think there is a not insignificant group of people that think that they're in that group, but then they're going to hit 50 years old, 60 years old, no kids, and they have friends that don't have kids, and their friends' circle has gotten smaller and smaller because that's what happens naturally over time. And life gets real fucking lonely at age 50 plus with no kids, smaller friend circle. You can't hobby yourself out of that for life. Very few people can. And a lot of people are, I think, putting themselves in that situation unnecessarily. Which, you know, unfortunately you never really get to know with certainty until you're there. You know what I mean? Like, you have no idea until you get there. You don't know what that destination is going to be like. Or how it feels, more specifically, until you're there. Unless you're lucky enough to talk to somebody who's in that position. No, well, there's the difference. I'm not saying that people should be doing it because of that. Necessarily. The idea that it's not necessarily the idea, like the horribly toxic idea of like a couple gets together, for example, and they're having some issues and they go, oh, if we have a baby, it will fix it. I don't necessarily mean that. I just mean that there is a portion of people that believe they're in the group that they really don't want to have kids because they think that they're going to not care about having kids later in life, but it's one of those things that you can't know until you're already fucking there. And by the time you get there, there's no going back. So it's a gamble. So like I say, I'm not saying that nobody exists in the group. In which they didn't have kids or some shit, or that they don't, or that they. I'm not saying that there are no people that don't want to have kids, period, and will be fine when they're 60 and alone with a couple of friends and a fucking, you know, that's the show. But I think the majority is not that. There are always going to be people that fall into that group. Whether they have kids or don't have kids and feel that way, I think there's a vast majority. Like, if I had to call it, you had to go with the old 80-20 rule. 80% versus the 20. I'm 48, and the majority of my of parents I know say the exact opposite. They love their kids, but they wish they'd lived their lives for themselves. There are going to be people like that. I don't know if I believe them. Not that I have any right to say that. I don't know them as people. I would say they might feel that way now, but when they've properly got on in age, I think this also hinges a lot on a healthy familial dynamic. If you're in a family that's just a 5-alarm fire, it's clearly going to change your view of things. Clearly. Do I think that's because they had kids and they fucked up? Or do I think it's because they had kids with the wrong person? Or they had kids because they thought it was going to fix the relationship or some shit? I'm saying all of these things under the pretense that we're talking about two well-adjusted fucking adults having a child together and going with it. That's the fucking pretense. I can't account for the fact that a lot of people choose bad partners for themselves. They're not necessarily even that the partner is bad, but they're just not good for each other. A lot of people are fucking goddamn horrible at picking their partners. Some people get it right away. Some people never get it right. Some people it takes a few shots. Some people are wrong the first couple times and oops, we had kids with them and now we're stuck together. But all of this discussion from my point is coming from the position of two well-adjusted adults making the decision in a healthy relationship to have a child. Or not. Because, like, the idea of, like, you know, for me, with my family, the idea that any individual person would not have time for, any of the parents or grandparents in any individual time of need doesn't exist. So, and that's extended family included. So, from that changes my perspective on it too, obviously. Which is why I say two well-adjusted people making a decision in a good relationship to have a kid. Because the difference is, you know, me, either of my parents need anything, I'm there in 5 fucking seconds. I'm there to spend time with them when I can. My mom took care of her father until he passed away, then took care of her mother until she passed away. I would do the same if I needed to. Marcel's the same way. Anything with the family, we're there. My cousins, same thing. Anything happens with family, we're there. You do the thing. Some families, that's not the case. And some of that is oftentimes just unfortunately, I mean, a very large list of reasons why that could be the case. But it does seem to fly in the face of human nature to mostly live in isolation. Like not having any children and just living for yourself and going on like fucking cruises and shit in your 60s and not not having not having any other legacy. I guess some people like to not have the burden of that either. Don't want the responsibility, don't care about familial anything or passing things on or whatnot. They're just content with leaving the earth and leaving nothing behind. Which I think is probably part and parcel of the nihilistic attitude that a lot of people have that are young enough to have kids. Just fuck it. Take me to the shuffleboard, Judith. I want to play. I'd rather not pass on my misery. I mean, that's perfectly fair. It always makes me sad hearing that stuff from people, though. Especially from people that I think would actually make good parents. I think one of the greatest ironies in life are that the people that are the most hesitant to have children would be the best parents. Because I believe their hesitancy actually proves that they would make better judgment calls than those who just have kids right out of the gate. Yeah. You can hate kids, it doesn't mean you'd be a bad parent. Those are not mutually exclusive things. You do not have to, nor does any parent always have some sort of, like, idealistic textbook love for their child on a daily basis. That doesn't happen. It would also be shockingly biologically impressive if you could with a partner whom you love, honestly, and if you're in a relationship, you know if you love the person or not. Stop lying to yourself. If you have a child with them, intentional or otherwise, and that baby comes out and you go, I fucking hate this baby. That would be unimaginable. You would be successfully fucking up millions of years of biological fucking work. I would be fucking so impressed. 'Cause you can hate kids, but still like your own kids. It's kind of like you can not like all kids. It's like when I worked at the summer camps, there were tons of kids, fucking hated them. Lots of the kids were great. But there were lots of those kids that were fucking assholes. Every time the biological clock ticks, we buy another pet. My wife and I like to ponder over what would happen if you have a kid and think, fuck this, well, fuck, this was a bad life choice. You can't tell people that, because then you're a monster in their eyes. Then you just have shitty fucking friends. I don't know what to tell you. You can't be honest with your friends. You know, everyone has regrets. But I don't know. I'm not trying to convince you to fucking have kids. But I do feel like and I say this because I have, just out of life experience, there are some people that it's like anything. It's like anything. They will talk themselves out of fucking goddamn everything. Like, just... Like they could literally have a 400 IQ and be like, man, you know what? I just don't think I'd be very good at that job. Just math, I know I've aced every fucking test, but goddamn it, I just don't think I just can't do it. Just talk in, out, fucking, just any topic, anything, just, some people just fucking... Yeah. Yeah, it is, but I really do think, and I know lots of people in the chat just said this, are like, yeah, I don't think so. Oh, I think you're fucking crazy. I have, it's kind of, you know, it's like the people that are most hesitant to be a politician would be better politicians than the current politicians. Like, you've got to, there is a level of self-awareness that is required to be very good at something, and to actually, whether you like it or not, is not even my point. It's just that I feel you'd be ashamed because you would, like, I believe that you would be a good parent. It's kind of like Brian. Brian has no want to have kids. And I know all of his reasons to not have kids. And they may even be similar reasons to what you guys would say. I think it's a shame because I think Brian would be a fucking amazing father. I don't think, I know Brian would be an amazing father. It would not even be a question. Incredible father. But he's just convinced that for a number of very good reasons that I respect anyone's decision, but I think it doesn't change the fact that I think, or know, that he'd be a fucking amazing father. Like, a lot of people have kids without any of the checks and balances that somebody that can talk themselves out of having kids has. They don't think, a lot of parents aren't going, oh, well, I should be at least this financially stable, or, oh, I should make sure that these things are in order, or that I'm comfortable with myself, or that I feel like I'm in a stable mental place to have a child, and things of that. Like, all of those questions and the checklist, those are all good things that everyone should be asking themselves. Every single parent should be asking themselves those questions. The difference is, for a lot of people, when you start asking questions like that about major life choices, whether it's kids or a career or other things, paralysis can set in, and then if the paralysis is there for a period of time and it's uncomfortable, it just becomes, nope, just not. Can't do it. But it is going to be at some point a bit of a problem if we can't at least stabilize the population to a degree. The average age of many countries is just fucking skyrocketing. But people are retiring at the same age, but they're living longer. And so you're in a situation where there's a major tax draw, with nobody able to replenish on the other side, which is a challenge. This is only in capitalistic societies though, right? What society would that not be a problem? If you have a population that is more elderly and not working or incapable of working than the young, replacing them to be able to carry the responsibilities of society that allows those people to live as long as they are. What framework exists that circumvents that problem? It doesn't have anything to do with capitalism. So, lots of countries have an immigration policy to do this. Canada has been heavy immigration to stabilize the population for many years. In fact, the immigration has outpaced the natural birth rate for quite some time now. The problem is that at some point, if everyone once like a lot of the countries in which we are importing immigrants, these countries are also economically booming over time and growing and maturing, and the problem becomes they start experiencing similar issues, and you don't just get to permanently acquire people from other places in perpetuity. Like that is a temporary solution to a not temporary problem. Gonna sound rough, but letting the population dwindle and toning down our current methods of living. Which methods? And can you be a little bit more specific? Like next day Amazon delivery, or like what are we, Uber Eats? Or what are we, so much focus on infinite growth? Well, infinite growth isn't really. If you clawed back on infinite growth, it's not solving any problems or even alleviating problems. So how many kids am I having? As many as I can economically shoulder. I would like to have 2. In a perfect world, if I can get myself and Marcel, we talked about this, we would like to have 1 of our own, maybe 2 of our own, and if not, and we have to wait until later in life, have 1 of our own and then adopt 1. That's kind of causing or creating recurrent issues. No, not really. No. So like the core issue is that, I mean, you'd have to go back in time and eliminate the advances in healthcare that and the quality of life that people have had, so that the longevity of people evaporated and more people were dying in their 70s instead of their 90s. Otherwise, the problem is not being necessarily perpetuated by, you know, the capitalistic, dick-sucking to, you know, race to the bottom, trying to expand the bottom line. That's the only problem that seems to create is a toxic and shifting unstable career path for the majority of the economy. Like, the thing is, we could have lots of people, and you could pay people a good amount of money to, let's say, take care of... Let's say you could even find where the money goes. So let's say you just take the money from the top. And however you want to do that shit. Like, what do you... So, what's your guys' favorite boss? Sen showing up during a... This, can you tell that I'm an old man, Sen? And that some of us in this chat are old. I'll get back to playing shortly, don't worry. Don't worry. But you could pay it, but the thing is, not everyone wants to be a nurse. Let alone long-term care nurse. That's a finite resource, even when you have a sizable population to pull from. And so that's a real problem. Honestly, this is the fucking, okay, this is here's my counter. In an ideal situation, in an ideal situation, people are able to at least replace themselves as far as children go, so two children per household to replace themselves. Because ultimately, the best way of managing a population that's living longer, but not necessarily living independently for long enough to not be a strain on the economy, is to allow them to stay in their homes with their family as long as possible. I think Godric is a very cool boss. I like Godric. But yeah, I don't know exactly what the solution is. But I do know that that obviously, as somebody who is looking to have a family himself, I understand the gravity of the situation of having a child, the world that, you know, the whole concept of why do I want to bring a child into this fuckery, the idea of you know, everything we just talked about, you know, economic standpoint being a major stressor. But excuse me. But yeah. I don't know. I get all that. I'm just... I get concerned for people that don't have just don't have that. Don't have even a single kid. I don't know. I wish you all fucking luck. My hope for all of you is that whether you have kids or not, by the time your ass is 70 years old, there is still somebody, whether government approved or otherwise, capable of wiping your ass and turning you over in bed. And that somebody, whether it is a friend that is still able to move or otherwise, comes to visit your ass while you attempt to do fucking Wordle in the year 2073. And reminisce about the days when everyone was eating Tide Pods. Having a child, or let alone several, is career destroying or at least career altering and leads them to become dependent on a man for the rest of their lives. You can understand their hesitancy. Yeah, some women don't want to rely on a man, but there's a growing number of women that want to go back to the dynamic of a single earner household, whether it's them or the guy. Ultimately, if in a perfect world, the economy wouldn't be as such that it is now, so that a person can stay home and raise the kid and take care of the home while the other is making the money to support the home. That is leaving your kid to be raised by some fucking daycare is not it. Haven't answered Sen's question about your favorite boss. I don't know if a boss that I've fought has really stood out as being cool, really super cool yet, to be honest. I'll let you know when it happens. Yes, they're financial in nature. I get you. I'm on board with you. I'm fucking right there. I get you. But I do find it, you know, I do find it kind of funny. I think if you asked the majority of both men and women, if you were in a relationship in which the other person was making enough money to support the household, would you be a stay-at-home parent? Watch how fast people say yes. Watch it. Hey, would you like to not have the burden of making the money, but instead just be at home and learn how to cook and clean the house and take care of you know, the kids if they're there, or even if you don't have kids, just make sure that the person that's going out doing the work comes home and everything's cool, and then you can just chill? Yeah. Yes. Yes. It's like the guy we talked about the other day. Yeah, the Fox is there. That comment. If your woman made 500 grand a year, Would you stay at home, be a stay-at-home dad? Man said, bro, my wife made 500 grand a year. I'd be at that house would be so spotless, I'd be mopping the oxygen. "25-year-old saying believe many things, but then reality hits." Well, I'm 34. I wish I was 25. But, the divorce rate has more to do with people not being honest about what they actually want in a relationship and in a partner. Than many other things. Because if you're in a relationship that can't weather financial strain, which in North America anyway is often the primary driver for divorce, then you're in the wrong relationship. Now, if you're in a relationship and somebody goes and fucks 5 other people, that might be a problem. Still pick the wrong person. Ha! All those factors lead to the hesitancy we're discussing? Yeah, well, I mean, I think that I get where you're coming from, but I could also be concerned that every time I walk out my front door, my neighbor could just lose their mind and fucking shoot me. Or I could get in the car and be driving them to work and we just get teed up by a bus. Or, you know, I could go into a certain field or something, but then I end up getting a debilitating disease, and now I've spent money training myself that I have some debt for, and I'm not going to be able to do the thing that I was going to I just trained for, and now I have debt but no job, and I have a debilitating illness. Like, there, if the concern is always going to be, I'm looking at everyone else around me and I'm concerned that because some X factor or Y reason happened that changed their course for the worst and it could happen to me, I don't think I'm going to do it. Well, the first thing is, you are not them. Right? When we're making real world choices for real world, look, I'm not, listen, I'm not saying that women should leave high school, learn how to make 5 different dishes in the kitchen, and then do nothing but suck a man's dick, make his dinner, and fucking vacuum the living room twice a week. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that, for a lot of they are comfortable being in that dynamic, and that dynamic works. The problem is the relationship. Notice how in all these situations, the actual X factor here is the relationship dissolving. That seems to be the crux of the problem. Well, the relationship can always dissolve. A lot of people, unfortunately, run away from a relationship with 0 effort, or once again, they choose the wrong fucking partner because they're in it for the wrong reasons originally, or they're not honest with themselves and they're not honest with the person that they're with. And that's a whole different problem entirely. Like, that has nothing to do with anything. If you are honest with yourself, if the other person that you're with is not honest, it will weed itself out in time. If you allow yourself to not be honest with yourself, then the other person across from you can get away with it. And that's a problem. Like, otherwise, fuck it. Nobody get in relationships. Because if you get in a relationship and you're together for too long and you haven't had anything contractual, then unfortunately in many places, you're gonna have a 50-50 split of assets and now you're fucked. So everyone just go and work on their career and don't have a relationship or at least don't have a relationship in which you both share the same address. Just meet each other consensually a few times a week to fuck each other in each other's kitchens that you only rarely use because you're only a single person living there, so you mostly just eat Chipotle. And then continue to work on your career, salt away all of your money for who nobody fucking knows. They just burn it at the end or donate it all to fucking charity. And call it a day. Because that seems to be the solution in which we avoid as many problems as humanly possible. With the exception, of course, is that if you are fucking somebody, you always have a chance of getting pregnant, and not everyone's going to be really, willing to get an abortion. Well, the reason why it's not going up is because you've got 30 years or more of a cultural shift, which is what I was prefacing all this with, from what I believe is the problem, and you do not simply change a cultural thing in 5 years or 10 years. It takes, and whatever cultural shifts go in one direction, it takes even longer usually to reverse it. Very uncommon for a cultural shift to revert on something that has been done in one direction to go back the other. It takes for ages. Like, no amount of government incentives or anything like that is going to change a culture in which everyone just wants to look out for themselves. So what do you do to change that? Do you just not talk about it? Just keep telling everyone to do you? I feel like some people also need to have friends that are honest with them as well. Like, I'm happy I had Jeff in my life at times, because not a lot, a lot of my friends looked at me as earlier in my life as like the marker for success, because I was successful, and nobody would be real with me when I was fucking up with something. But Jeff would always tell me when I was fucking up. And I feel like a lot of people, everyone is just like, self-care, self-care, me, you do you, yes queen, do it short king, fucking yeah, woo, us. And nobody's like stopping for 5 fucking seconds to think about how that might not be the best course of action. And there's always 1,000,001 excuses, and nobody ever wants to actually, like, tackle the thing. It's just, here's all of my reasons why I just want it to be about me. Which is fine. But I think more people just need to be told when that might not be the best idea. Because if we all acknowledge that it's like a universal problem, and we all kind of have a reasonable idea of what the root cause of it might be, and that honestly, for a lot of people, they have the agency to do something about it. It's just like they just don't. Then we're just fucked. We're just super fucked. Like, We've got about a good fucking 4 or 5 generations left in us, and then we're gonna have like the most insanely epic, you know, it's like a self-fulfilling prophecy. It's like, you know, we had the millennials and Gen Z becoming nihilists, and then they start the perpetuation of nihilism to the point where it's a self-fulfilling prophecy, where we nihilism ourselves into the fucking dirt, and then modern society collapses, and everything goes to fucking hell in a handbasket. And we managed to revert 90 fucking years into the past, and have to have some sort of weird reset that didn't need to happen, but now we're here. New ways of families and new ways of reproduction. So the solution to acknowledging that we have bad systems is to ignore the bad systems and then just try and adapt to bad systems instead of fixing the bad systems. That seems poor. I actually have a fair amount of hope in Gen Z to be in all honesty, the catalyst to help start turning this around. Not necessarily the birth rate, per se, but a lot of the systems that we were talking about feeding into being a problem that will help catalyze the pendulum coming back the other way. Because that nihilism is at such a peak that they will be likely the ones that tear everything to the ground. So, like, I don't think they're going to be the ones to solve the birth issue, but I do think that they are very likely going to be the ones that are the catalyst. Millennials were supposed to be, but we never quite got the job done. We were about 5 years too late, or too early. If we shifted forward 5 years, it probably would have helped. But we just got too fucked. Gen Z was born in the shit, and so they're gonna be prepared. They'll be the ones to fucking tear the whole system apart. Yeah, like, millennials are holding on to, like, whatever, like, dear fucking hope they've got left to try and have something so that they can retire and not just be dead, and Gen Z is just, like, right out of the gate. Pants on head, fucking... There we go. It's the 12.5 to 13 hour Adobe Audition software glitch. Sometimes systemic problems require systemic solutions and changes. You can't fix the problems of hypercapitalism with more capitalism. I don't think anyone's suggesting that. You can't fix the fertility crisis with a delusional return to family values. I think you're skipping over the part about how it gets back to that. I think you're missing the point that, like, so the hyper-capitalism is what's going to likely be diluted by Gen Z and Gen Alpha. They're already starting that now. the change of the clawback of hypercapitalism is what will be the catalyst for enabling the cultural shift back towards a more nuclear family and family values. If the idea is going forward in order to save the human race, we just send all of the males aged, 18 to 35 to a sperm bank to get blown by a Boston Dynamics robot with a oddly robotic sounding but sexy female voice to store in a seed bank owned by Monsanto, to then be given to women of birthing age as they choose by selecting a series of features that the men who were milked by the Boston Dynamic waifu to fit their profile to birth children that are funded by a government or corporate entity for the purposes of tax breaks to keep the country afloat so that modern medicine's boons do not collapse the economy. That doesn't seem like the way to go. I noticed everyone is a 5-year sub at least. I've been streaming a long time, Justin TV. There are some people here with 110 plus months. Hey, Mark hooking up, send with a sub. There you go. 1 month down. Like 70 plus more to go. On the other hand, getting milked by a waifu. Yeah, or like, what else is there? Like, it's that, but then it's like polyamory, kind of, it's like, would just become, like, Mormons? Or something? Like, 7 people to a household, and it's just a bunch of, like, infighting women, that hit a certain age, and then the men just want to go find younger women again. And just... the older women just go off to, like, work after they hit the age of 35 to help support the household, like, the man, like... We all just gonna move to Utah? I miss When Cheese Fails? Great news! Go to the YouTube channel. Oh, is that what popped up on the screen? That crab needs to be killed, doesn't it? Yeah, I thought it looked a little special. But I'm half reading chat. Oh no, it's this guy. It's the river fucking Styx. Where the fuck did he go? Where is he hiding? What the shit? He's on land! That's illegal! Well, fuck me! I didn't know he could be on land! What do you know? The more you know. Ironic tier 3 smithing stone. Did that boss fight back? He was stunned most of the time. He tried to attack once, and then he summons people. He's a pretty low level, compared to me, so even easier. It is definitely something that I think about a lot, though, is not the children, birthing thing so much as just, looking at, as somebody, like, who's chronically fucking online, seeing what the current dating culture and stuff is like, it's kind of wild, man. This shit is fucking wild out there. Like, I thought growing up, seeing what some of the dynamics were like in my generation was pretty fucking rough. But... oh, this guy still hits like a truck. This guy still fucking hits like a truck. But that shit is fucking wild out there right now. My god. Sarcasm hooking up CTK with a sub. Welcome to the War Council, CTK. That's 8 months actually for CTK. Not a newbie. Largo, welcome back. 49 in a row in total. Oh lord, you didn't have enough yesterday? We did. We have a new stick, yes. This one has spiky bits. Assuming things weren't always rough. They weren't like now. Nobody in the social sciences or just living a normal fucking life and have existed on this earth for more than fucking 10 years believes that what is going on right now was the way it always was. There's a whole whack of stuff going on that just doesn't make any sense. Alright, so we got some stuff, but I feel like I still need to go back here and look around some more. I'm yapping like fucking crazy. Like, social media, we talked about this on the stream a few times, but social media really fucking threw a wrench in things because, most people, if you look at it on average over the course of, like, basically up until the dawn of Internet 2.0, most people would, like, their circle of known entities that mean something to them, whether it's an acquaintance, a friend, a coworker, etc., was somewhere in the neighborhood of 150 people in their life. The dating pool, everything fell into that. Social media came along, blew that fucking shit right out the water. Everyone posting the best of everything that they've always had, the number of people that are online that you can find, all of that shit changed everything. The power dynamic in North America for, like, who decides who, if you were going to date each other, it's always the woman. The woman is the one saying yes. And so the woman goes online, they now have an unbelievable fucking pool of people to pull from. Men, and it ends up like, the analogy I use is you could be an average woman and go to a bar, and if your goal was to get fucked, you can get fucked guaranteed. If you are an average looking dude, there is no fucking guarantee. Or if you're just average in general, not just your looks, but like any aspect of you. Now women go online and they're like, everyone's praising them, they're all fucking like, everyone's a yes queen. And it's really fucked up the dating dynamic. So now you've got, instead of like, what would have previously been considered like the top percentile of men and the top percentile of women coming together, now it's like the top percentile of men and the top percentile of women, and then there's below that for women also chasing the top percentile of men and not considering anyone below. It's like it's like how many people currently, or how many women, you know, this is such a thing with social media that a lot of women, young women, actually believe, for example, that like the average salary in North America is $100,000. And that the average height of a guy is like 5'10" or 6 foot, or like it's all been completely fucked, completely fucked. And with guys, and for guys, since the dynamic is different. Probably the worst part about all of this, I would say, is twofold. One, porn addiction. Two, like anything, having too much choice. There's less incentive to hang on to what you've got, and just as soon as something's wrong, you go try and chase something else. But holy fuck. So like cheating is like through the fucking roof. For example. Just absolutely blasted. It's a real fuck show. Like social media really skewed the social dynamic. Married at 23, best fucking decision of my life? Probably. Honest to God, probably. Like, it's a, you gonna be on a 30-hour stream like those fucks from Big Diablo 4 beta came out? No. No, I was just on starting early today. I wasn't intending to be early today, but it worked out that way. Nothing else here. Let's go over here. Yeah, it's fucking brutal. And it's not necessarily any individual's fault. It's just kind of like everyone moved in that direction. And so everyone was using social media. It just like nobody started using social media thinking, "Oh, this is going to be, you know, a bad fucking life choice." You know, now people are, you know, have that kind of a mindset where it's like, oh, okay, you know, maybe I need to get the fuck off social media type situation, or reduce my time with social media. Like, people started to understand the I did not want to do that, but okay, that's probably gonna hurt on the way down. But they're starting to understand the implications of it. I actually think there's a good chance Gen Z are the harbingers of the death of Internet 2.0 social media. Oh, we're here. I know where I am. What would you define as social media? I mean, I feel like it's kind of self-explanatory, but any social platform in which you have a profile that is explicitly meant to proliferate just your life into the void and connect with other people via said platform. Gen Z consume way more. They might right now. But the discourse around social media is different amongst them at their age than it was amongst millennials. Some of that is because millennials were there for the genesis of it and went through the from not having to having. So that's going to change the optics and the discussion around social media. But you also have to keep in mind that Gen Z and Gen Alpha move fast. Very fast. And they might be blasting through social media in pockets right now and like scrolling on TikTok for fucking hours on end. But I do believe that won't last for as long as it did with millennials. Everything is faster. And oh boy. He fucking hit me. What a dick. All that for a sliver of meat. Now I got fucking Yogi Bear up my ass cheeks. What's dating apps impact in general? You used to write dating. It's just the extension of social media. So you take, like, dating apps is like a profile where you're posting nothing but your absolute best. It's like a fucking resume. And people are going through looking for like their likes and dislikes and wherever the fuck, whatever, oh, this person joked about some shit in their profile, so obviously, oh, they're so funny, they're so ironic, blah, blah, blah. Like, it's basically just like a fucking resume. It's the illusion of, for some people, and the reality of having substantially more choice than you would normally that fucks with people. Because a lot of people, if the relationship that they're in is not immediately perfect, a lot of people's first thoughts are, I could get somebody else to replace you like that. Fucking Uber Eats for fucking men showing up at my door. One sec. Fucking Uber Eats for women coming to make me some fucking dinner. Real quick. Not giving me back talk and shit. Like, just immediate. And, like, it's just the idea. Right? That really erodes, or is part of the bigger problem, of which there are many factors that have eroded more so than perhaps in the past, people's ability to work on a relationship and not just throw it away immediately. It's not to say that every relationship is something that can be reconciled or an issue can be reconciled, or that all differences can be reconciled, or etc. But the idea is that there are many issues or many things in which can be but never are, and people just burn through relationships like fucking crazy. I think millennials, myself included, saw life without and with social media. Well, we did. We were the ones that kind of just went through that whole thing, which is a very unique perspective. But also it affected us in a fucked up way too, because we went from front to back. We noticed it being a problem. Gen Z group grew up with it, so it's a strong habit kind of built in their generation's culture, kind of like how video games are built into the millennial generation. I agree with you though that the immediate gratification and more options has made people instantly choose on people in a heartbeat. Yeah, so they grew up with it, but but I don't think that will change the fact that I think they're going to move away from it faster. I think they're going to move. I think they move through everything faster, and I think they'll move through social media faster. And if it's not Gen Z, Gen Alpha will do it. The system dynamics of online dating just leads to a steady state of a lot of sad people. It's true. Now, it worked for Em and I, and like any form of trying to find a partner, it can either work or not. It doesn't mean that it is inherently good or inherently bad one way or the other, but I think that's indicative of the mindset that you have going into a dating app versus necessarily the dating app itself. It's just that the dating app does not give you a healthy platform to jump off of. So if you're already susceptible to this, to that kind of thought, then the app just fucking makes it, the apps just make it 1,000 times worse. Oh, wait, I know where I'm at. There's a dude on a horse near here. Typically. Or did I already kill him and he was a one-off? He might have just been a one-off. So that's where the giant is. Which begs the question, who the fuck is summoning that giant? There is a tower up there. Let's, go here. Yeah, like the online dating, a lot of it is that both you and the person that you inevitably choose to date via online dating, it's like the mind, like I said, the mindset that you go in with, right? If you're going in with the mindset of this is just like a list of people and I have options all through here. Like when I was using when I was using the apps and I went on that first date with that girl and that was a fucking 5-alarm fire, and then the second date with that girl, which went relatively well, and then M was the third date, and that was like even better immediately, and even for me, looking at looking at that going, at the time, I even caught myself. I was like, should I give this other girl more of a chance? Like, do I, you know, tell M to, you know, that not interested in being exclusive for a time because I'm trying to keep my options open? Because this other girl could maybe work out. And I caught myself and I was like, you can't, not only is that unhealthy fucking thinking, but it's unfair to both of the girls. Because it means you're 1 foot in the door and 1 foot out the door in 2 different fucking places. And so I early on I made the decision to just be, you know, exclusively dating M, and the other girl was, you know, wished me all the best and was kind of disappointed about it, which I can understand because we had a great time on the date, but like you gotta, like, it's just not fucking fair. Oh, you're up here. That's why you're able to summon that big bitch. You're the twin head fuck. No wonder. And another staff, alright. It's true, too many options can cripple judgment. It's true. Okay, is there somebody else fucking summoning this shit? Or are these just like baked into the area? They might just be baked into the fucking area. Look at this guy making multiple matches in a luxury. True, 100%. Very lucky. I was very lucky. I make no qualms about the fact that I was very lucky. No argument for me. So, like, the way that it works right now, and this is not a fun thought for a lot of guys that are having a hard time, you know, finding women to date, and it's, you know, I feel the fucking, I know it doesn't seem like I would, but I feel your pain, because it's, I understand why it's happening for many people, and it's fucking stupid. But the way to look at it by and large is that knowing the mindset of the dating field right now, especially on the women's side, is eventually many of them will come around to more realistic expectations. You just gotta be ready for when that happens. So, keep working on yourself, get yourself a good career, take care of yourself, make sure you have all your shit in order, so that when one comes along, that's all in place, and that's gonna be a major fucking bonus, and you will have far less problems. But when you're 23, 24, 25, and all the fucking women, you know, want a 6'2", 200-pound, ripped fucking dude that makes $500,000 a year and is fucking hilarious. He's got a huge dick and a fast car because they think that's just normal. That doesn't help, but you know, just just work on yourself. Keep working on yourself. It'll happen. You just don't want to be in a position where you let it get to you and change how you're living your life in a negative way, and then when the opportunity comes, you're not ready. That's just like, that's the one scenario you want to avoid. Yes, exactly, Korean guy. You're that. Right now, a lot of women are looking at you like you're the guy that never gets out of the jumpsuit but sits on the bench, right? You're a player in the game. You're there. You're not completely useless, but you're not suited up to play. You're just in your warm-up. But you keep working, eventually that warm-up suit comes off. Opinions start to shift. Who the fuck are you?
Hello? Is someone
Oh,
there?
it's fucking you. I've got your fucking grapes. Yes.
I'm on a pilgrimage, and when I eat,
I've got right here.
Others who give me grapes, are you? They rest their trembling hands upon me. Howling wordlessly, they gently stroke my eyes.
That's a
Their
bit fucking
frail
odd.
Fingers, emaciated. Yet still, they give me the grapes. But you seem somehow firmer.
I'm not sure how I'm supposed to take that, but okay. Joking, the dating scene for gays is a gong show. From the gay friends I do have, it is arguably worse because it's nobody apparently is interested in a long-term relationship.
You are most kind indeed. May the blessing of the fingers be upon you.
I'd rather them not be upon me. Have you seen them? They're fucking hairy. Alright, well that's relatively well explored now. Nearly. I have killed one. No discrimination. Should I go fight the bull? I might be able to survive, but that bull is a fucking maniac. Yeah, but I subscribe to Jordan Peterson daily, so all of those children really are no different than lobsters. So actually, I've actually just been clubbing lobsters this whole time. That bull was in the bottom of... what fucking dungeon again? That was in... the bottom of... it was another crystal dungeon. Was it below... it wasn't below Raya Lucaria, was it? I don't think it was at the... yeah, let me know where it is. I just need to be reminded. Y'all aren't being ironic about Peterson, are you? Well, I mean, I'll tell you how I feel about Peterson. I think Peterson's an incredibly intelligent individual that has some very interesting ideas and some completely batshit ideas. Which I can say about a lot of people, except the intelligence part. He's got a lot of perfectly sensible ideas and some very interesting thoughts and lots of crazy fucking thoughts that are not sensible at all. Oh, there are dungeons, many dungeons, and they are all bad. Sarcasm hooking up Mika with the sub. Welcome to the War Council, Mika. I think a lot for Jordan was that in a the Celia Crystal Tunnel? Ah, that does sound familiar. That is Caelid up in the northeast somewhere. I'll go back to my conversation here momentarily. I just need to the catacombs. That's... oh no, wait. Wrong northeast, down here. Be down here somewhere. Here. So... oh, Mark was being very specific. Oh, my apologies. Yeah, so if you look at how Jordan got to where he is at, I think I have some sympathy for him. Like, the man, what made the man famous originally was already fucking insane. And then he's thrust into this unimaginable limelight that just never seemed to end. And when people heard him speak, it seemed a rarity because he was two reasons. One, he made for a good interview because one, he is a good speaker. People make fun about how flowery his language is and his choice of words and shit, but I just take that as somebody who's read a fucking enormous amount of books and just likes speaking that way. And some people think that it means that he thinks that he's better. I'm not a big fan of that mindset. Just because somebody has a vocabulary, they shouldn't use it because you don't understand the words coming out of their mouth. That just means that you don't understand the words coming out of their mouth. Not everything has to be, you know, elementary school language. So that's part of it. The other part of it is that he's a really good listener a lot of the time, when he wants to be. And that makes sense because of his job and his career. Clearly he's a good listener, he has to be. So he gets all of this attention off of something that he shouldn't be getting. Compelled speech, no matter how you slice it, is fucking insane. And it is a thing in Canada, and it totally is a problem. And he got thrust into the limelight for it, and I think that he handled what was happening and being thrown at him better than almost anyone could possibly handle it. I don't know anyone else that would handle it better. I certainly wouldn't have. I would have lost my goddamn mind. Way worse than he did. He then gets brought on, and because he is eloquent and well-spoken and a good listener, interviewers started asking him questions about other stuff, not necessarily that it was within his specialized field. Because the assumption was, if he's coming across as this intelligent, I wonder what his opinion on insert X topic, right? And again, to his credit, very frequently, especially early on, he would actually fight back when people were asking him questions that he didn't really, they shouldn't be asking him. He would say, I'm not an expert in this field, and preface all of it with that, and then just give his opinion based on whatever he knew. If he read literature on it, scientific literature on it, or peer-reviewed studies or whatever else, he always seems to be relatively data-driven. The arguments to be made about whether or not he is interpreting the data is accurate or not can be discussed, but at least he is more than the vast fucking majority of people makes an attempt to back up any statement with some semblance of real-world data. And if you ask him, he has it. You know, it's not even like an online conversation where somebody says, you know, you're having a conversation about something that's, you know, an inflammatory topic, and somebody says, okay, well, what are your sources? And usually people won't even be able to give sources, and if they do, they're poor sources, but more often than not, the sources they don't give sources at all. They just say, Google it yourself. You know, you ask him and he'll give you, like, straight up, legitimate fucking sources. Again, the interpretation of data sometimes can be, depending on who you're asking to analyze said data, can differ. That's fine. But he's still, like, the people jump down his throat for, like, shit that they would never personally do. Like, the armchairing is insane for Jordan Peterson. Like, disagree with him, 100%. Everyone's probably going to be able to find something that they disagree with everyone. But the bar that they've set for him is comedic, and it's also set because of his of the monster that media created. I think after a while, what started to happen as well, when people just never-endingly stopped asking him these questions, is I really do believe that he started to believe that he was or should be some sort of authority or authoritative voice on a lot of extended topics that aren't necessarily in his specialty, which is fine, because for him, that probably means he goes out and reads a bunch of shit before talking about it, which again is more than the vast majority of people do. It doesn't mean that he's going to get it right for a lot of people, but again, he's doing more work than most people would do. So I think it's just a fucking shitty thing. I think for Jordan Peterson, it's become very, very binary of either, you know, you think he's great, or you think he's the what's the common quote? The smart person for dumb people. How do you even have a conversation with that, or start off the conversation with that? Like, how do you, like, where does the buck start and stop for that? Right? So Jordan Peterson for me is, well, they use that terminology for like a bunch of different people. Joe Rogan, Jordan Peterson. I've heard it used for fucking Donald Trump. It's just a derogatory fucking thing. But yeah, it should probably just be as simple as you have to admit the guy is intelligent. And from there, just say, okay, I can admit he's intelligent, he does put in the work, but I still don't necessarily agree with everything that he says. And that's fine. But the reductionist shit is fucking abysmal. Oh right, you gotta run back to this fucking one. I forgot about that. $14K souls, that's whatever. God damn, he's so good at just fucking hitting me with that. Ow! This guy is just so hard to even start hitting. Everything is just huge and fast. And that did damage randomly? Okay. Awesome. Great. Corner fucked. Okay. What is the answer to this guy? Like, everything just hits like a truck and is like the entire fucking room for AoE. Like, there's not even room to fucking move. And you can't move fast enough. All gas, no brakes. He's just fucking insane, dude. This boss is fucking goddamn ridiculous. I actually think this is the hardest boss I've fought. By a significant margin. It's a lot of moves. They're big. Their hitboxes are huge. They're very fast. He closes the gap quick. He jumps away quick. Not many opportunities to do any damage. Even if you do damage, most of his attacks are such that you can't even stay close for long without getting punished horribly. It's just disgusting. I didn't have any fucking stamina. Why does that hitbox start so fucking early? I have no stamina and it's driving me fucking crazy because I could have just killed him there. No hits. Cool. Not like that. Six, seven, a couple of gravity stone chunks, a bell bearing, and a partridge in a pear tree. That was too close. Ran out of fucking stamina. Classic, you know, I feel like I'm closer to them than I am. I swing, I'm off by like 3 pixels. Open yourself up for fucking hits, etc., etc. Yeah, he's a real fucking cocksucker, that guy. Yeah, 7.6k souls for that boss, and I had like, what was it, 20,000 for Godric. I got like fucking 14 or 20,000 for like a meme boss. I go and fight what is inarguably, I think, inarguably, I think, the hardest boss that I've fought to this point. Well, I shouldn't say that. He's up there, single boss. But the dual fuckers are a real problem. Those are a legit problem. They're in there, the catacombs. I could try and do them. I don't know if it's gonna make a difference. I might not ever beat these fucking guys. I don't know if I have the patience for it. 7,000, eh? So this is scaling off of strength and intelligence. About the same. If I scale my intelligence some more, it's going to... probably scale a bit better than just my strength at this point. I don't know. And if I do intelligence, it opens up some more options. Oh. Well, I have spells available to me, but, like, I also have to keep in mind I'm getting such a high level that, you know, what am I gonna put stuff in? Where is it going to, where am I ultimately trying to take it? Right? Like, I can use ashes, but I really don't find ashes all that fucking useful most of the time. I can, try and use more incantation type stuff. But I already have access to most of the incantations that I would use, because the rest of it are, you know, they're too expensive. The incantations are faith-based anyway. And these are all just comedic. 52. I don't know which of these I would actually bother fucking with anyway. Especially because I'd have to go, like, one-handed to be able to make use of it. So the intelligence would be more for just... I don't know. For scaling purposes, but I'd be better off just dumping that into strength if I wanted to do more damage. 25 fucking... oh my god. The faith is real. If I was gonna dump it into anything, I'd guess I'd be dumping it into faith, because the incantations probably make more sense for me than going in, because I already have points into faith. But hard to say. Yeah, well, the other option is for me to just, before I start dumping into, you know, another stat, is I can take Vigor to 30. Which I think is probably the first soft cap. Similar to Endurance, it's probably 30 or 35. Now, mind you, going from 25 Vigor to 30 is probably going to be the equivalent of, like, 100 health, I suppose. Oh, I'm at 29,000 now. Holy shit, fuck. What up, me Uggs? Yeah, bro. Not for much longer, but I am still going. You won't likely be seeing too much more of me this week, so... enjoy the VOD. I'm enjoying it. It's easy to do a long day in it. Because there's just, you know, there's so much to do. Leaving us already? What, today? Or just, like, this week? Well, I mean, tonight, I've got to get to bed at a reasonable hour, because I have to, I've only slept 4 hours yesterday, and 6 hours the day before, and I've got a long day ahead of me tomorrow. And so, gotta get some sort of sleep. No. na. 13.5 hours stream, not bad. JPEG. Yeah, I wouldn't get used to that even on the best of days, but today I was able to do it. I suppose I'll get Vigor to 30. I fucking hate that, like, his weapon isn't even in the same area code. I have to remind myself how to get to this fucking boss, too. That's the lever to pull the door, but the door itself... must still be up. Or no, wait, hold on. Trying to remember. I'm gonna check up first. Nope. It's somewhere. Just have to remember where. I'm pretty sure it's down underneath here. Yeah. Alright, I'm gonna use the washroom before I die to this fucking travesty of a boss. So I'll be right back. Excuse me. Oh, got some fucking piece of gum and it always makes me sneeze. Oh. Stopped by someone's stream and they died 3,200 times? In one run? Gum makes you sneeze? Yeah, it's the type of gum I got. It's the menthol release in the first few chews, the menthol rush into my sinuses. It, makes me sneeze. I don't think they were a good player from what I saw. Well, that fucking hats off. The most I've ever died in a Souls game was in Dark Souls 2, and I died 400 and something times. And I dragged my nuts over glass for that fucking playthrough. This is me arguing, what the fuck? You ever have a menthol gum when you were wearing, the mask? Oh, like just a mask in general out in public? No, well, yes, but it's only when I'm first chewing the gum, so... That, like, I would've, usually if I'd already had the gum in my mouth, before I left the house. So, I never sneezed into my mask. Oh, the Dalai Lama, right, yes. Oh god, yeah, fucking the Dalai Lama. God. Why did it have to be the Dalai Lama? Why? Why? Fucking why? And now to die to these guys. God damn, that fire is lengthy. Ow. Why did that change my fucking camera? Oh, I rolled right into that. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Goddamn. You fucking cocksuckers. Alright. Fuck, the speed on that is insane. Yeah, baby, come on! Let's go! Get him out of here. The Mad Pumpkin Head ashes. Perfect. Oh, that boss creeps me out too, because the movements are fucking weird, man. Very unnatural. Wow. Alright, well. As much as I'm feeling myself, I'm not entirely sure that I'm feeling myself so much that I'm gonna be able to do the other one. That one I think is gonna be a bit of an ask. But
That's right! Who do you think you are? I am!
Oh, I'm definitely not fighting the dragon. I literally don't have enough health or armor to survive. I'm gonna have to have a long, hard think about that one, or just come back 20 levels from now. Like that, it was one hit, and it was from a mile away. Dragon? Oh, the dragon he's talking about is the one that we came across earlier. It's the ancient dragon. That's way the fuck over here, up in the Atlas Plateau region. Where in the fuck is it here? Let's see here, I gotta find my... There's the abandoned coffin right here. That motherfucker showed up. I saw the name, I immediately knew it was bad news. I got on my horse and I started booking it. Out of the fucking sky comes a lightning bolt. On the run, on the horse. Instant death from full health. Nope. Nope. Not today, sister. Oh yeah, I haven't been back to the Celia in a million fucking years. What's the little thing on the blank part of the map? Oh, on this bottom... Wait, no, not the bottom right. Oh. Well, that's where the map piece is. I could just go get that. I'm trying to figure out what you're talking about, though. Like this thing? Yeah, that little thing is where you'll get the map piece. Which I'm gonna go grab real quick. There we go. Oh, word? A seed just chilling here? That seems kind of fucking baity. Ah, yes. Land of the Tyrannosaurus Crow. Yeah, we're not gonna go start that right now. We've got a lot of other shit to do before I want to go near that fucking... whatever the hell that is. Oh, Pot Bro doesn't look like he's in the Gale Tunnel anymore. That's interesting. I wonder where he went. I mean, he would be going further east. Theoretically. I don't know, he's somewhere. Unless he got fucking lost. Or it's northeast. And he's like up fucking in here somewhere. Let me think of what I want to try and do. I want to just check the area out again. Yeah, he just bounced. I wonder if I can get here without going through the tunnel. Let's find out! Oh, that's way the fuck up there. Oh boy. That's part of a totally different... That's up in Caelid. Well, that complicates things. What the fuck? Bitch, learn to fucking leave it be. Fucking guy is still trying to come after me. Okay, how would I... What a lovely biome this is, eh? Just gives you all the fucking warm fuzzies. And totally not because there's a dragon behind me right now, either. Just marvelous. Not a care in the world. If you don't look behind you, you never see your problems. And therefore, you don't have any problems. Oh boy. Excuse me, gentlemen. That was bold. Who the fuck has still got that magic down here? That close. I'm gonna die. Oh my god. Oh, it's so much fucking... God damn fucking running stab bullshit. Fucking goddamn... Where is that coming from? Is there a fucker on the castle? Oh, he's right here. Listen, you power twat. You're alive? Bro, what in the fuck? What are you, a busker? You out here looking for change? Change your face. That's enough horn blowing, thank you. Why am I killing them all? Spite. I see 1 HP is gonna be a fucking meme here too. It's plus 13 still. There's a lot of stones to collect. To be able to go past. Oh, fuck no. Wait, is there an item? Fuck, there is. YOLO! That's a minor problem. That's just a minor problem. So that's gonna buff right out. And we never went back there again. Oh, there's a gate pull somewhere. Oh, that's fun. Gold star, you tried. Oh, hell no. Oh, okay, yeah. We're just not even interested in that item right now. Oh, this is a special boy. Oh no! God fucking damn it, really? I didn't think it was an open fucking wall over there. Other than I forgot that it's Dark Souls and the fucking buildings don't make any sense half the time. Yeah, that's exactly what I want to look at. The fucking enemy down below me, game. That was 100% perfect selection. Bless. You got any nuggets of wisdom? The Festival of War, eh? Okay. Honor General Radon with a warrior's glory. Ah, you're still living in war times there, big guy. Sir Jaren. Did I just kill Sir Jaren? Probably not. We'll find him, I'm sure. Unless Sir Jaren is down bottom turned into a fucking ex-wife, mother-in-law. Let's take a look at that armor. Oh, heavy armor. Not a massive improvement by any stretch. And then there's the big boy armor, which is heavy stuff. Oh, fuck me. Not what you want to see up here, if I'm being honest. I think because I'm actually, like, I've cleared this area out mostly and I've got my usual pot situation, I'm gonna go try and fight the guy down bottom here. And see how that goes. I can more or less run to that if I want to. Whoop! Whoop! Oh. Goddamn. Lion's Claw it is. $2K ruins for that boy. They're really, really hooking you up there, huh? Is there no lever to open this shit? That seems fucking weird. It's gotta be around here somewhere. Really? Maybe it's in the building back there. But-up, 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 but-um, but-up, but-but-dum. But-up, but-but-up, but-up, but-um. No, 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 no. No, 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 ba-doom. Boop. Oh yeah, nice little plate you got there. I'm sure nothing bad happens if you could fucking step on that. I'm pretty sure you've killed one of those before. Probably. Probably. Speaking of the theme, Mario movie broke, yeah, I saw that. Isn't that freaking nuts? And yet also not shocking at the same time? There are more items on the side of this fucking building. I just don't know if I want to, like... Oh boy, that was almost bad. I don't really need to go fucking hunting for them right now. Where did I see them? It's all, one's on the side of this fucker. Hmm. There it is. 10 mushrooms. Word? That dude was just like, fuck war. I'm going out high as a kite. Oh, there's the fucking lever right there. Look at that. For whatever reason, I'd come back here, except to maybe, I guess, farm this big guy. I suppose. Man just wanted a one-up. Yeah, he did. Right then. Pucker up. We're going in. Oh, word? I'm not loving where I'm at right now. I'm not seeing... any enemies for one, which is disconcerting, but also nowhere to chill, which is also disconcerting. What's gonna come fucking sailing out of the sky to blow me up? Oh, there's another one of those guys in there. Two, actually. Open up, you fucker! So there's not many people outside because all of the danger bad is inside. Right. Calculated. Yeah, bats. You come down here. I'm not fighting you on that little fucker of a pathway. Great. The 1 HP dream is very strong. Always a good sign when you're hearing shit break in there. Oh yeah. That's a singing bitch. I'm wondering if I can get out of here without raising suspicions. Oh, but there's a spell there. Fuck. And an item. Alright, fine. Fine, you convinced me. Jesus Christ. This is the most aggro fucking bats. Alright. Golden 9? Off of that bat? The fuck? Okay. So, we got ourselves a ladder, we got ourselves some stairs. Let's check the stairs first. What a look, what fashion sense? I know, right? Look at that, check that out. Tell me you wouldn't see that on the catwalk. Open from the other side. I am shocked. What do you think about the idea of the NBA playoff teams picking their opponents? Basically, the top 4 seeds pick their opponents. I think it's a cool idea that would bring back some 90s drama and beef. Whatever the fuck has star players actually playing basketball would be great. So we don't have, like, Kevin Durant being like, look at my stats, but I got a tweet, only played 49 games, doesn't count. That's a new chant. Haven't heard that one yet. That is some discount Halo Friggin' Gregorian shit. They really don't like handing out anywhere to fucking have a checkpoint, do they? They just... leaving this shit wide open. Well, there's your checkpoint. Oh, hardest enemy in the game down there, boys. Let me take a look around here first. There's that door open. Can I bait him up here? Yep. Fuck. That was my chance, but he moved. Really? Fucking... okay. Weird. Huh. So... I've got to go down there. Let me go up top and scan the area. See if there's a best way forward. A mirror down there somewhere. $1,000,000 question. Does that door open from this side or another side? There's the mirror. Because once I go down there, I'm down there. Go figure. It's always the other side. Way too quiet. But thank God, touching some ass. We made it. Whew! Good try, Vox. That's not embarrassing. The Titanic golden tree that you can see anywhere in the game? What are you asking? I know for the sake of gameplay or whatever, but not being able to break down a wooden door with a giant mace seems a little off. Oh, yeah. True. But, you know, 'tis what it is. Mod abuse! Can you name the 12 players that have won more than one Finals MVP? Fuck no. Couldn't do it. Couldn't do it. Alright, that makes me feel good, because now I can walk away from this if necessary, and it's not going to be the end of the fucking world. Allies? Fucking Omega question mark? Is that Wolfboy Fresh? It is Wolfboy Fresh. What the fuck are you doing here? Aren't you supposed to be looking for how to get down?
Thought I might find you here.
What are you talking about?
I was a little worried. We missed our meeting.
Well, no shit.
It looks like you're still in one piece, eh? You must have heard by now, right? That Starscourge Radahn holds Rani's fate in stasis. But once he's out of the way, it will spring back into motion. So now, we stand against the demigod once known as the strongest of them all. The way ahead is pleasingly simple. We fight, sword and fang.
Oh. We're just about that life now. I know, Hunter, right? Fucking hell. Oh, mini onion, bro. Right, so this couldn't possibly go horribly fucking wrong, right?
Champions! Welcome!
Oh, Jarbro's here.
The stars have aligned. The festival is nigh.
Did we just inadvertently join the festival?
Mightiest demigod of the shattering awaits you. Champions, prepare for battle. Defeat the general, claim glory, and grab that great rune. A celebration of war. The Radahn Festival!
You want to speak up?
Ah, you came. How delightful. Indeed, I thought I might find you here. By the by, do you know for whom this festival is being held? Well,
Ronaldinho?
it is none other than General Radahn himself. To think, I could face a great champion of the shattering, a demigod in the flesh. Oh, God. In truth, I quiver at the thought. Such is his frightful repute. But the fear simply assures me the ordeal is worth undertaking. Be sure to get a good vantage, my friend. I, Iron Fist Alexander, do hereby vow to unflinchingly brave this ordeal.
Would you like a weapon? Or something? I got some.
Be sure to get a good vantage.
Is there any doors actually open around here, or are we just... Are we just playing? Before I talk to him... Nice suit.
Are you good and prepared, young chum?
Oh, I've seen you in a loading screen. Yeah, sure, whatever you say.
Before we begin, allow me to paint you the full picture.
I gotta shit like crazy right now, I'm gonna just be honest with you. The odds of me putting much effort in here is slim.
General Radahn is cursed ever to wander. Eaten from the inside by Melania's scarlet rot, his wits are long gone. Now he gathers the corpses of former friends and foes alike, gorging on them like a dog.
Okay.
Howling at the sky.
Sure. Yeah, I know he's gonna kick my ass, that's fine.
We must make merry.
Oh, of course, yes, yeah.
Gathering of champions, the revels begin. The celebration of war. The Radahn Festival.
Okay.
You will find the field of battle past the church ahead, upon the shore under the fort. General Radahn is there, even now, divested of his wits, devouring corpses, and howling at the sky.
Might as well go die. Wow, level 6, fancy stuff. Oh, like way the fuck out there? Man, I really gotta fucking... Okay. I'll do it for you guys. Okay. I wanted to dodge that, but I was sprinting. I wonder if I can... Oh, here we go. I was gonna say, I'm gonna be at this for a while. Good start. Oh, fuck yeah, bud! Really? What a shit way to fucking die, bro. What a terrible way to fucking die. That's just stupid. Wow. That's so that's such a Dark Souls thing. That's like a, oh, well, he's disappeared, you don't know, and he's gonna kill you basically every fucking time, and like, cause you don't know. Unless you've seen it. Remarkably fucking stupid. I got really lucky with some hits and shit there too, so this is gonna be a real fucking meme. Yeah. The first run. The first fucking run is always the goat run. And then they just start going and fucking ham and doing crazy shit. That's what you get. I don't even know what the fuck happened there. This guy's skating around like a fucking weirdo. God damn, I dodged. I fucking dodged. Oh, you fucking cunt. I fucking dodged so early on that too, and it just did not fucking... That's a bothersome fucking, like, insane amount of movement. Adam, you fucking waste of air. Alright, that's a pretty much a reset right off the rip. God damn. What a shame that run got ruined by the game fucking me in the pussy. I don't know if it's because I was in a partial fucking run state or why it didn't dodge those fucking purple orbs. Like, I didn't even start the animation. And I knew he was gonna shoot them at me and I pressed the fucking dodge button. Now I'm stuck fucking with this bullshit again. Here we go. Gotta make it all the way there again. That fucking attack is cancer. That like fucking Tokyo Drift horse into the longest held attack in the history of fucking Dark Souls is so bothersome. It's so fucking bothersome. Well, I can definitely beat him. I don't know if it's gonna be tonight. I've got a shit like fucking crazy right now. I'm exhausted. And I'm starting to get bothered by the fact that I didn't beat him that time because he was on like 3 fucking hits and I probably just should have killed him, but I got Dark Souls'd. And now I get to fucking run it back. Just coming up with new moves. What up, Soul? Coming up with some new moves. I'm sorry. Where did the hail of arrows come from when he had his bow away for 7 seconds? Oh, congrats, Soul. Delayed hits? Yeah. Well, the delayed hits, you mean like the extended hitboxes on enemy animations? Because that's 100% a fucking meme in this game. A lot of bosses or a lot of enemies have like the most hysterical extended hitboxes on attacks. And I think it's just, again, I think it's just it's indicative of them running out of ways to try and make this difficult for people or some shit. Oh, those delayed attacks. Yeah, well that's in place because, again, Dark Souls. How many attacks do you need in one sequence? Like... I'm stuck in there, I can't fucking go anywhere. Somehow survived that. Oh my god, did you see me dodge that shit? Did you see me dodge that shit and then watch him fucking come back? Wow. 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 One hit, full life, on a dodge. Fucking 4 people to fucking attack. Hits me on the edge. Neato. Fucking spectacular. What the fuck are all these over here? Oh, okay. We're just bringing the whole fucking party in. God damn it, I hate that attack. Oh my god! Right there! Almost fucking got him on the rip. Let's go. Oh no, Alexander didn't make it! I'm sorry, Alexander. At the last second. He went out like he wanted to, though. I probably could have killed him without any summons with how much damage I was doing. Those other people weren't really doing any fucking damage. Nor were they really taking his attention. But, it worked. Now imagine it much harder, I would've just put on a shitload of fucking armor. I would've just been armored to the fucking teeth. Cause fat rolling on him doesn't make a difference because he comes at you like a bat out of hell every time anyway. Yeah, one of the other two hit him like the last time. So he did eventually get stun build up, that's true. Made it a bit easier. A red mark was made on the map. Pouring one out for my homies that didn't make it. Only Wolf Boy survived?
I was waiting for you. Oh, what a sick way to fight, eh? The glory of the clash is shared. By Radahn. And you. And did you see that afterwards? A falling star right before our eyes. I can't fathom how Radahn was holding back something of that scale. He was a living legend if ever I saw one. And the path has now been cleared. To Nokla, where Ranni's fate will be decided. Let's meet where the falling star bit the earth. We'll take up our swords once more. For Mistress Ranni.
Okay. For Ranni. This was not at all how I envisioned... Oh shit, Alex is there. This was not at all how I envisioned getting to where that was. I didn't think it would be part of, like, a main quest line.
Ah, hello there.
He's a little worse for wear.
Marvelously fought. You are
A little
well and
haggard.
truly a champion, friend. I, on the other hand, am nothing but a crock. One hit was all it took to crack me, and for my insides to come spilling out.
Well, to be fair, it's a
After
meteor.
that, I hid like a coward, and as such, I can hardly stand to face one such as you. But don't you think I've given up just yet.
That's what I'm talking about.
As luck would have it, there's a veritable mountain of warriors' bodies right here.
It's true.
If I can just
Eat up.
squeeze this bunch down inside me, I'll be a mighty warrior again in no time. And you know, the bodies found here are exceedingly fine. Who could expect any less from the very warriors who fought in the Shattering? The greatest of all wars. Just you wait and see, friend. I'll grow even stronger. Just you wait when next we meet.
That's what I like to hear.
The bodies found. Who could expect it? Just you.
That's what I like to hear. Bring in the heat.
Let's meet where the falling star bit the earth. We'll go into battle again. My only purpose is to fight for...
So, one of my few gripes is that, like, I really don't understand the reason why he's fighting for Ranni, other than they were sort of friends growing up, and then she turned into, like, a fucking Satanist that wanted to cleanse the earth of the fucking, you know, the dead. So, and we have no, like, we have so little information on the motives or anything of anyone. We're just fucking here. Does patches run if you summon them? That's fucking amazing. 10 out of 10. No, don't worry about saying anything about it. If I find out more, I'll say I'll find out, and if not, then I gotta factor that into the review. 2 whole levels. Right into vigor. What do we got? 5, 8, or 9, really. 12, 14, 15. I used damn near all of them to get my last level up here. Alright, and I need how much? We're at 28. 32,675. Which means we need roughly 5K. So we can use 4 of these. That'll do. We did it. Level 75! I'm salty that Vigor 30 is 994 and not 1,000, but, you know, such is life. Very lovely stuff. Yeah, we beat him. We just, like, sprinted with the horse, summoned, like, everyone I could reasonably click on the route to him. And put the old frost on him. Kept wailing on him, and with the help of a couple of other hits from the summons, it helped me get him to stun. We almost cleared him in first phase before he meteored. We were fucking literally one hit. If I had 1 more ounce of stamina, it would have been a single phase. This is a very large area. I have to assume there is, like, 1 random fucking item. Alright, this is definitely not me asking chat, I'm just saying this out loud. But my assumption is that possibly this next fight on the marker on the map is Melania. Possibly. But I'm not sure. It could also be something else entirely. This is a fucking area. Like, this is... This is a zone. Yes, there's a 50-50 chance. It's Melania or it's not Melania. Okay, that was a little silly, Fox. He's not... The joke is that it has to be one or the other. Oh, word, there's a fucking door here? Hog? Oh god, it's a whole ass dungeon. It's a whole ass fucking dungeon. Well, that's gonna have to wait for next time. Because I have to go to bed. Oh! What a day! Oh my goodness. Very successful. Lots of bosses destroyed. Just fucking mangled the game today. Very successful day. Destroyed all sorts of bullshit. Explored much. I did not expect to fight Radon today, I can tell you that much. It happened. Hit the follow button if you haven't already. Love to have you come back. Yeah, found the upgraded weapon, which is marvelous. Now we just have to find a bunch of fucking tier 5 stones so I can start trying to take it the rest of the way. That will be that. I don't know when I'm gonna be back again. I don't know if it will be tomorrow, or not. It will not be Wednesday. That's a guarantee. There will be 0 streams on Wednesday. Thursday is the podcast. I also have some appointments, and so I don't know if there will be one Thursday. So there is a good chance the next time, if I don't stream tomorrow, that you will see me, is Friday. Yeah, I'm gone all day. Dad and I are driving to the family home to pick up furniture and stuff. We're renting the truck, driving there, take all the furniture, pack it up, drive all the way home. Well, while we're there, 2 real estate agents will be there. Then we'll do that. Then we'll leave, drive all the way back home. So there is 6 hours of driving, few hours of packing, and then I get home. And so, if there was one on Wednesday, it would be very late. If I have the energy to stream. So we will see. But anyway, thank you so much. Long day. Lots of you were here for pretty much the whole thing, or you were here and in and out as your day progressed. I appreciate it. Yeah, hit the follow button if you haven't already. I will see you guys on the next one. And until then, do me a favor. Have a good morning, afternoon, or evening. Stay safe, have a good one. As always, good luck. Have Alexander. He's a real one. He's the reason we won for sure. Big target, that lad.